Hmm. Okay. You won't. And you won't. Hmm. Probably just do this. I don't know what lines is. So that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. Test it. Well.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, baby.
Thank you. Thank you. Yoo-hoo. Thank you. Yoo-hoo.
Yay!
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Yoo-hoo. Yeah, we're good. I like it. No, working. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Just listen.
I don't know why it said it twice. Oh, never mind. There we go. You guys get what I'm saying? If I write like test, I'll just say hello world. It's because like we added a thing that says like this thing here. But you can rewrite all of this in code, right? So we go execute code. You basically type in CPH. This is like, the CPH is like a streamer bot specific thing. Dot send message. And then inside of these brackets, you just type in the thing that you want to write. Hello world. This is like exactly the same thing. So if you go like compile and then save, this execute code should do like exactly the same thing. So if I be like test, boom, it does the same thing. I can change it here to be like Kaiba dumper, compile, save, and then do it again. Okay, I don't know what the actual emote is. What is it? Oh, it's Kaiba dumpers. There we go. That's like your hello world right here. We did this already, okay? That's your hello world done. Did that make sense to you guys? Who learned something just then? Pull up. So if I be like test, boom, it does the same thing. I can change it here to be like Kaiba dumper, compile, save, and then do it again. Okay, I don't know what the actual emote is. What is it? Oh, it's Kaiba dumpers. There we go. That's like your hello world right here. We did this already, okay? That's your hello world done. Did that make sense to you guys? The CPH is like a streamer bot specific thing. Dot send message. And then inside of these brackets, you just type in the thing that you want to write. Hello world. This is like exactly the same thing. So if you go like compile and then save, this execute code should do like exactly the same thing. So if I be like test, boom, it does the same thing. I can change it here to be like right? And then if I were to run this test action, we'll make a new command for this. Test. Okay, so if I type in test in chat, look at this. It says hello world. I don't know why it said it twice. Oh, never mind. There we go. You guys just get what I'm saying? If I write like test, I'll just say hello world. It's because like we added a thing that says like this thing here. But you can rewrite all of this in code, right? So we go execute code. You basically type in CPH. This is like, the CPH is like a streamer bot specific thing. Dot send message. And then inside of these brackets, you just type in the thing that you want to write. Hello world. This is like exactly the same thing. So if you go like compile and then save, this execute code should do like exactly the same thing. So if I be like test, boom, there we go. Okay. So for example, one of the things I said was hello world. Hello world is like an example of every programming tutorial will start with a hello world, which is basically just like do something that prints out hello world, right? Okay, this is a really bad example. This is not real people coding, kind of. This is like streamer bot coding. It's slightly different. I won't explain what that means, don't worry. Ignore what I just said just then. But like, we can, instead of using the UI to like do stuff in streamer bot, for example, like you can use the UI to send messages to Twitch chat. So there's a thing here that says send Twitch message here, send message to channel, and you can write like hello world, right? And then if I were to run this test action, we'll make a new command for this. Test 69, right? Type in string. So string is like the type of the variable. So there's many different types for variables. You can even create your own types entirely, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Hello Fear Bok TV. So this is a box, right? You can think of a variable like this box worth of school in coding. my first 8 weeks, 12 weeks of programming was like all of this stuff. Like I'm not shitting you. Like this probably covers the first 12 weeks of what I learned at the school. All of this stuff here. Actually, if I'm being real, this probably covered an entire semester. This probably covers like an entire semester of coding. Why cannot we see the emote in my chat? You need to install the 7TV add-on for Franker Face Z. That's a good grift. Yeah, I'm basically giving you guys a crash course in programming. All right, so next we're going to show you what variables are. So what the hell is a variable, right? Look at that. That Kyber filler. You think I should make a video in this stuff? Hello, Plant Poppy. It will go in the VODs channel regardless. Yeah, you can just, it will run all these commands like consecutively like this. Yeah, I'll see if I'll like bother making a full video about this. Because like, I know a lot of people want to learn about coding. I know that now because most of you guys asked for it today. Basic coding for StreamerBot would be great. Well, until I do that, you can consider this stream to be that video, yeah? All right, we're going to move on to the next thing, okay? Variables. Oh, by the way, if we can get through all of this today, I just basically taught you like 2 to 3 months worth of school in coding. my first 8 weeks, 12 weeks of programming was like all of this stuff. Like I'm not. This is a box, right? You can think of a variable like this box. So you can like put shit into this box, right? You can put stuff into it and you can like change what's inside this box. Like whatever this holds something. Like it can hold a word. It can hold a number. It can hold. Okay, as far as you guys are concerned, just there are more things it can hold, but just it can hold a thing, okay? That's essentially what a variable is. And you can do that in code, right? So I'll give you an example. Let's get rid of, so here you see this Kaiba dumpers. Instead of like sending the message here, what you can do is you can take it out and then you can type in. You can type in string. So string is like the type of the variable. So there's many different types for variables. You can even create your own types entirely, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Hello Fear Bok TV. So the ones you're gonna care about are strings, which are words, and then you just name whatever your variable is. It can be literally whatever you want. You can be like, Kaiba Uwu for all you care. Like this is just a name for your variable. It can be like literally anything. And then you go equals, and then this. If it's a string, you got to put it in these quotation marks. And so the cool thing about variables is that now, instead of writing Kaiba dumpers a million times, you can just put your variable there. You can put your variable there instead, and then you can like, it should do the same thing. Kaiba dumpers, it does the same shit. Isn't that cool? And then like you can use numbers as well. So if I say like integer, so int is like integer. Just say number 69, right? We can be like send message number and be like boom, we'll type in 69. Okay, that probably won't work. This doesn't work with numbers. We'll get to that, why that didn't work later. Just ignore that. Fuck. I wish StreamerBot had like a log file that I could just show you guys, because it works better with logs. Okay, what is the best way for me to demonstrate an integer? What's the best way I can do? Wait, what's the best? Can I do like toString? Or is that not a thing I can do? Will this work? Okay, this will work. All right. So we can have like numbers, right? So we can have we can create two numbers, right? So say number 1 and number 2, right? And then you can add them together. Int number 3 equals number 1 plus number 2, right? Like this. Do you guys know what this is gonna do? That's right, it's gonna add them together. You'll save and then go test. Boom. 420 plus 69. So that's basically what a variable is. You can like add them together. There's like different ways you can like manipulate variables too. So if they're like numbers, you can add them together. You can do like basic math. You can multiply them if you want. You can multiply it. So the toString here is because this send message is a function, which you're gonna get to what a function is like way later. Like this will make sense. This will make sense at the end of my explanation of all this programming stuff, right? It basically converts a number into a string. It converts it into a word. Hello, chair. Yeah, it converts the number into a word. So if you write toString, it will make the number into a word, and then you can actually like print it out. That's essentially what it does. Yeah, a string is like letters and stuff. Yeah. So if you want to multiply them together, boom. Yeah, we're doing an impromptu programming lesson because somebody asked. It was supposed to be like a 5-second question. This is gonna turn into like a 2-hour stream now. Of me answering this one question. You can even add strings together as well. So we could have like we'll call this str1, right? And str2. Give me another emote, guys. What's another emote we can use? Funny, yellow. No. Flexible. Yellow cat. So I put a space here at the start. We can actually add these two strings together. So you go string str3 equals str1 plus str2. And it should like make this like one message now. So we don't need the toString because this is already a string. If we print this out, it should say Kaiba Dumpers Flexible Yellow Cat. Like right next to each other. Isn't that sick? Isn't that sick? Did you guys learn anything yet? Those are variables. You guys get what variables are now?
Oh yeah!
Yo,
Yeah,
straight to
Nutty.
follow, bro.
Yeah, I get it. Good. That's your first
follow.
like 2 weeks of programming done in like 10 minutes. If you guys understood that far. Just to complete it, Nutty. Yes. Yes, sir.
What's F4F mean? I don't know what F4F means. Oh, follow for follow. Yeah.
Show how
Follow.
the int with a toString can be added to the words.
Yes, sir. I will. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Appreciate it,
want,
bro.
what you could do is if you have this string here, you can even add the number as well. So you can just be like
Sir,
plus
appreciate it.
space plus and then the number. This might already work without even writing toString. I'm going to test it out. There we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can append numbers to strings as well. All right, we're gonna move on to the next thing. Dude, I really didn't expect to be teaching programming today. But if this is useful to like one person, I'm sure it'll be all worth it. All right, next I'm gonna teach you guys Boolean operators. Okay, so this would be like, this is like we're stepping it up a notch, guys. You guys are gonna become real programmers now. So now we're gonna look into like if statements, right? So let's think of like a basic situation, right? We'll take a variable and we'll say like if this number equals a 1, I want you to do this thing. If it equals 2, do this other shit. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Boolean is weird word. What's the etymology? I'm not an etymologist. I'm a programmer. It stems from the word boo. This is boring. And so they named it Boolean.
Boo!
Leon.
Boo!
Leon. Fun fact, guys. Do you guys know where the word bug came from? You know when you're talking about programming and they're like, there's a bug. Do you want to know where that came from? I'm basically giving you random facts. You know, in the middle of a Pokemon episode, it's like, who's that Pokemon? That's what this segment of the stream is now. I'm giving you random facts. Literal bugs in machinery. So, I don't know who it was, but somebody actually like had handwritten code in like a book, and then they closed the book and there was a bug on the page and it like smushed the bug into the page and it like covered up some of the code, and they're like, oh shit, I don't know what I wrote anymore. That's the origin of the word bug. It literally comes from actual bugs. So like if you have a bug in your code, it's like, oh no, what does this shit mean? It actually originates from actual bugs. Anyway, time to teach you guys Booleans. A Boolean, simple terms, is just a yes or a no, an on or an off. Okay, if I had a light switch here, Here, I got a keyboard switch, okay? This is what Boolean is, okay? This is off. This is on. Off, on. That's essentially what a Boolean is. It's just it's a 1 or a 0. It's an on or it's an off. So how does that work in programming, yeah? So you can store booleans in a variable of type bool. So we're going to call this one, is this shit true or false? We're just going to name our variable that, yeah? Is this shit true or false? And you can set this to like true, right? This is what a boolean is, right? And then you can write if statements to this. So like this relates to the second thing. So you can say if, and then you put in the name of this boolean. You just paste it in there. So if whatever's in this bracket, if the result of this is true, then do all this shit in this curly brackets. So I can say like CPH again, send message. This bitch is true. And then you can type in underneath this. You can leave it like this and it's like totally fine. Like this is a totally valid statement. So if I was to write this now, what do you guys think is going to happen if I run this? What do you think is going to happen? Best bool explanation ever. Right? What's going to happen when I run this? God, I tricked all of you guys into learning. I can't believe I tricked people on Twitch into learning. You guys are probably avoiding actual school to learn this. Your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with this channel's moderation settings. Is this shit true or false defined? It is right here. So if I was to run this, right? It should like write out that message, right? But if I was to change this into false, if I write false there, it'll say if this thing, so it checks the value of this, it says it's false, and it'll be like, oh, it's false, then ignore all this shit. Don't run this shit at all. That's what I'll do. So if I type it again, nothing will happen. Oh, I didn't save it, sorry. Nothing happens because whatever's in here is false, so none of this gets run. So here's the interesting thing, right? You can put an else statement, elsa. Let it go. Let it go. You can put an else statement. And so this is like, you can put what happens here if this shit doesn't work. So if like this shit is like, doesn't work, or like, sorry, if this is false, you're going to do this instead. So you can type in here, we can put in a second message, be like, oh no, he didn't. And so like if this is false, then I go test. It says, oh no, he didn't. If I make it true, save. There you go. That's basically what an if statement is. Maybe we can pay Nutty's teaching in ads. No, just give me subs. Any primers? You're doing the coding tutorial all wrong. Needs to be far zoomed out using webcam mic with grainy gain way too high and extremely loud keyboard strokes. Yep. Yep, I'm just an amateur, that's why. So here's a cool thing, all right? So so this thing that's a boolean, you can combine booleans together, right? So here's an example. We can make another boolean. So it'd be like, what about this motherfucker? Is the second one, right? And we can set it to true or false, right? So we can say if the first one and, so 2 ampersands, and then you put in the second one. So it checks in the value of both. So in order to run this thing, both of these things need to be true. So because one of them is true, but this one is false, it says if this and this, then it should be false. So it should type out this thing here. So if we go test again, it writes out the second message. You could also make these things like comparisons. So for example, if 1 equals, so 2 equal signs is like a comparison. If 1 equals 2, so this here is like,
This guy is so
it will get the
complicated.
result. It will say, is 1 equal to 2? If it's true or false, it will like store it into this variable here, right? So like here, look at this. If 1 equals 2, which it never will be because 1 is never equal to 2, then it runs this, but it should type this out.
Mate,
Oh, hi Nessie. Hi Nessie.
negative, so complicated.
Thank you very much for the raid. You've come into the most nerdy stream ever. First of all, thank you, Adam from the East. Thank you for 2 month subs. Thanks for the explanation, my master. Oh, thanks for the sub. And thank you for the raid. We're doing an impromptu coding lesson today. So this is very nerdy. If you guys came for video games, I apologize. Maybe you can find another streamer. But hi, Nessie says hi. Hello, Pale Thunder. Sweet hair, brother. Happy up. Thanks, PK himself. So yeah, I'm doing stuff. I don't know what Hi Nessie told you guys about me. I do like weird shit on the internet. You could also do this like with strings as well. So if we put 2 strings back in, we can be like Kaiba dumpers, and then we can put like flexible yellow cat as the first string or second string. Thank you, Wanobi. I will read that in a second. So you can compare the value of 2 strings, right? So are these 2 strings equal? They're not, so you should expect it to say this. Right? So you run it. If 3x's equals 3x, will this work? That in particular, no. If you write the syntax out properly, it will. But not that specifically. But if we make both of these strings exactly the same, see, they both equal the exact same string. So if you go if string 1 equals string 2, like are these 2 strings the same? It should print out this line. Compile, save. So it says it's true because they're both exactly the same. That's what booleans are. Do you guys have any questions about that? I don't know if you can. Well, I'll just show you, okay? So you know how we had like string str1 equals we'll use ints for this. Int num. Thank you. I'll read the subs out in a second. Is yes, although if I'm being perfectly honest, I've never even tried it. I just know that it's a feature. So let's find out together. This is going to be the worst video on this channel. So we have a test action here. and we're going to create a group. So what Master Black wants is he wants to put a bunch of different stuff inside of this group, and he wants like a random thing inside of the group to happen. So let's just add things. Let's just rename this to like Nutty's cool thing. So you know how we had like string str1 equals
Hey, welcome back to the channel. Today I wanted to dive into the basics of variables in StreamerBot. If you've ever wanted to make your stream more dynamic and interactive, learning how to find and then use those variables is a big first step. So let's get started. First off, let's just quickly talk about what variables are. In simple terms, a variable is like a placeholder that stores information for you to use in your stream automation. For example, you can use variables to display a username, track donations, or even create custom commands. There are actually different kinds of variables. You have global variables, which are persistent across actions, and arguments, which are specific to a particular action. Understanding when to use each type can save you a lot of headaches, but we'll get into that maybe in a future video. For right now, we're going to be dealing with things that you will usually deal with in your stream, like pulling things from Twitch when an action is triggered on stream. So first, I want to show you where you would find the variables. Let's go ahead and right-click in here and add an action. We're just going to call this random action test. And then in the group, we'll just call this tutorial action test. And then hit OK. And then what we're going to do first is we're going to right click in the triggers section, and we're going to do Twitch, and then we'll just do a subscription test. Okay, just a regular subscription test, any tier. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and simulate an event, and we'll just do a random user tier 1. That's totally fine. Hit OK. And obviously I have my alerts already set up here, but if you go into action queues up here, and then you go into action history, we're going to right click on the new sub alert and then click inspect variables after run. In here, you're going to see a list of variables that were grabbed when that action was triggered. So we have, all the user information in various different forms. You have target description. Here, you're going to go into action queues up here, and then you go into action history. We're going to right click on the new sub alert and then click inspect variables after run. In here, you're going to see a list of variables that were grabbed when that action was triggered. So we have, all the user information in various different forms. You have target description, which I think is their profile bio. And it even tells you the last game that they were playing. So let's take those variables and let's just do a simple message in chat when they sub. So let's right click, and first, just to take care of this, let's go down to Twitch and then user and then get user info for target. And then we're just going to hit user there on the drop down. And so now we're just getting all the information, and then we're going to right click. We're going to go to Twitch and then chat and then send message to channel. Now in here, I'm just going to say, hey, %user %, thanks for the sub, ! So when you're in a chat like this, or, most of the time, if you're using this in a certain dialogue in StreamerBot, you're going to use $sign before and after. And then I'm going to do a little shout out too. And I'm going to say, everyone go check them out at https blah, 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 twitch.tv/ and then %username %. I'm just going to keep username is the lowercase version. I think you can also use target user, but I'm just going to go ahead and use this. User is the correct capitalization, and then username is the lowercase. Hit OK, save, and then we're going to test this again, simulated event. Thanks for the sub. And now let's look at the chat. Thanks for the sub, and then it gives the bio even, and a link So let's do something else. I actually had ChatGPT give me a bunch of random facts and I stored them in a text file. So what I want to do is I want to grab those and use those in a Twitch message. So we're going to right click here and I'm going to hit add, and then we're going to call this random fact. Right, and then we're going to store this in the same group here, tutorial action. Okay. And then we're going to hit right click and we're going to do command. And we'll just make this, we'll create a command called rando fact. Okay, and that'll be the command. Rando fact. Okay, and then hit OK. I'm not worried about all the cooldowns and all that right now. So let's go ahead and right click in here. And we're going to go down to core and then file IO. And then we're going to read random line from file. And now I'm going to quickly find the text file that contains the random facts. All right, I got it. This is randomfacts.txt. And then the variable name is typically random line unless you give it something else. So let's call this rando fact. And then this is a little bit more advanced stuff, parsing variables, auto typing, that kind of stuff. But you can just do one line or you can do multiples. It's not really important here. Let's hit OK. So now we have this rando line variable created, which contains the string of the line that it read. So let's right click and then we'll go ahead and go down to Twitch and then chat and then send message to channel. We're gonna say like, hey, did you know? We can just do %, rando fact, %, and then we hit OK. I'm gonna save this and then we're going to test this one. Let's go ahead and test this out in the chat. So command rando fact and then hit OK. Hey, did you know that there is a hotel in Sweden built entirely out of ice? It is rebuilt every year. We can also use this variable in other actions, but we have to set it as a global. And chat and variables, auto typing, random facts. All right, I got it. This is randomfacts.txt. And then the variable name, then we're going to read random line from file. And now I'm going to quickly find the text file that contains the random facts. All right, I got it. This is randomfacts.txt. And then the variable name is typically random line unless you give it something else. So let's call this rando fact. And then this is a little bit more advanced stuff, parsing variables, auto typing, that kind of stuff. But you can just do one line or you can do multiples. It's not really important here. Let's hit OK. So now we have this rando line variable created, which contains the string of the line that it read. So let's right click and then we'll go ahead and go down to Twitch and then chat and then send message to channel. We're gonna say like, hey, did you know? We can just, and we're going to go down to core now. I'm going to quickly find the text file that contains the random facts. All right, I got it. This is randomfacts.txt. And then the variable name is typically random line unless you give it something.
That's cool. I like that.
Something else. So let's call this rando fact. And then this is a little bit more advanced stuff, parsing variables, auto typing, that kind of stuff. But you can just do one line or you can do multiples. It's not really important here. Let's hit OK. So now we have this rando line variable created, which contains the string of the line that it read. So let's right click and then we'll go ahead and go down to Twitch and then chat and then send message to channel. We're gonna say like, hey, did you know? We can just do %, rando fact, %, and then we hit OK. I'm gonna save this and then we're going to test this one. Let's go ahead and test this out in the chat. So command rando fact and then hit OK. Hey, did you know that there is a hotel in Sweden built entirely out of ice? It is rebuilt every year. We can also use this variable in other actions, but we have to set it as a global. So let's go ahead and right click and then go into core and then globals and then global set. So now let's take this global. We don't want it to be persisted over, like when we shut StreamerBot down, we don't want this to be still set as a global. We're going to do variable name is going to be rando fact. Okay, and we're using the argument rando fact. So now just to test this, let's right click this sub action, copy it. We'll delete it for now. We'll go in, we'll create a new one called fact message, hit OK, paste that in here. And then when we go back to this random fact and we hit core actions and then run action and we run fact message, this action will be run and it will be able to grab this variable still. So let's go ahead and test it. Go rando fact. Hey, did you know there are about 450 types of cheese in the world? 240 come from France. This is really just the tip of the iceberg with variables in StreamerBot, but hopefully this gives you a little bit of a grasp on things. And if you want to learn further, check out more YouTube videos. There's plenty out there. Look at the StreamerBot documentation. Okay, and we're using the argument rando fact. So now just to test this, let's right click this sub action, copy it. We'll delete it for now. We'll go in, we'll create a new one called fact message, hit OK, paste that in here. And then when we go back to this random fact and we hit core actions and then run action and we run fact message, this action will be run and it will be able to grab this variable still. So let's go ahead and test it. Go rando fact. Hey, did you know there are about 450 types of cheese in the world? 240 come from France. This is really rando fact. Okay, and that'll be the command. Rando fact. Okay, and then hit OK. I'm not worried about all the cooldowns and all that right now. So let's go ahead and right click in here and we're going to go down to core and then file IO and then we're going to read random line from file. And now I'm going to quickly find the text file that contains the random facts. All right, I got it. This is random.
Yeah. That's cool. Hmm. triggers. Add core timed action. Timed action. Create timer. Okay. I'm going to make a variable. Add variable. Okay. Bring him back over here. Where did he do? What did he do? What did he do?
Rando effect. Okay, and then hit OK. I'm not worried about all the cooldown.
Oh, added a command. Go to commands. Command. Go here. Command. Add name. Random fact.
Okay, and then we're gonna hit right click and we're gonna do command and we'll just make this, we'll create a command called rando fact. Okay, and that'll be the command. Rando fact. Okay, and then hit OK. I'm not worried about all the cooldowns and all that right. I'm gonna do command, and we'll just make this, we'll create a command called rando fact. Okay, and that'll be the command. Rando fact. Okay, and then hit OK. I'm not worried about all the cooldowns and all that right now. So let's go ahead and right click in here, and we're going to go down to core and then file IO, and then we're going to read random line from file. And now I'm going to quickly find the text file that contains the random facts. All right, I got it. This is randomfacts.txt. And then the variable name is typically random line unless you give it something else. So let's call this rando fact. And then this is a little bit more advanced stuff, parsing variables, auto typing, that kind of stuff. But you can just do one line or you can do multiples. It's not really important here. Let's hit OK. So now we have this rando line variable created, which contains the string of the line that it read. So let's right click, and then we'll go ahead and go down to Twitch and then chat, and then send message to channel. We're gonna say like, hey, did you know? We can just do %, rando fact, %, and then we hit OK. I'm gonna save this, and then we're going to test this one. Let's go ahead and test this out in the chat. So command rando fact, and then hit OK. Hey, did you know that there is a hotel in Sweden built entirely out of ice? It is rebuilt every year. We can also use this variable in other actions, but we have to set it as a global. The string of the line that it read. Variable name is typically random line unless you give it something else. So let's call this rando fact. And then this is a little bit more advanced stuff, parsing variables, auto typing, that kind of stuff. But you can just do one line or you can do multiples. It's not really important here. Let's hit OK. So now we have this rando line variable created, which contains the string of the line that it read. So let's right click and then we'll go ahead and go down to Twitch and then chat and then send message to channel. We're gonna say like, hey, did you know? We can just do %, rando fact, %, and then we hit OK. I'm gonna save this and then we're going to test this one. Let's go ahead and test this out in the chat. So command rando fact and then hit OK. Hey, did you know? %, and then we hit OK. I'm gonna save this and then we're going to test this one. Let's go ahead and test this out in the chat.
Yeah, I didn't say something right. So, add variable. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Come on. Somebody teach me.
Obviously, I have my alerts already set up here, and then you go into action history. We're going to right click on the new sub alert and then click installation in various different forms. You have target description and then user and then get user info for target. And then we're just going to chat and then send message to channel. Now in here, I'm just going to say for the sub $! Before and after. Blah, 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 twitch.tv. But I'm just going to go ahead and use this. User is the correct capitalization, and then username is the lowercase. Hit OK, save, and then we're going to test this. And now let's look at. So let's do something else. I actually had ChatGPT give me a bunch of random facts and I stored them in a text file. So what I want to do is I want to grab those and use those in a Twitch message. So we're going to right click here and I'm going to hit add, and then we're going to call this random fact, right? And then we're going to store this in the same group here, tutorial action. Okay. And then we're going to hit right click and we're going to do command. And we'll just make this, we'll create a command called rando fact. Okay, and that'll be the command. Rando fact. Okay, and then hit OK. I'm not worried about all the cooldowns and all that right now. So let's go ahead and right click in here. And we're going to go down to core and then file IO. And then we're going to read random line from file. And now I'm going to quickly find the text file that contains the random facts. All right, I got it. This is randomfacts.txt. And then the variable name is typically random line unless you give it something else. So let's call this rando fact. And then this is a little bit more advanced stuff, parsing variables, auto typing, that kind of stuff. But you can just do one line or you can do multiples. It's not really important here. Let's hit OK. So now we have this rando line variable created, which contains the string of the line that it read. So let's right click and then we'll go ahead and go down to Twitch and then chat and then send message to which contains the more advanced stuff, parsing variables, auto typing, that kind of stuff. But you can just do one line or you can do multiples. It's not really important here. Let's hit OK. So now we have this rando line variable created, which contains the string of the line that it read. So let's right click and then we'll go ahead and go down to Twitch and then chat and then send message to channel. We're gonna say like, hey, did you know? We can just do %, rando fact, %, and then we hit OK. I'm gonna save this and then we're going to test this one. Let's go ahead and test this out in the chat. So command rando fact and then hit OK. Hey, did you know that there is a hotel in Sweden built entirely out of ice? It is rebuilt every year. We can also use this variable in other actions, but we have to set it as a global. So let's go ahead and right click and then go into core and then globals, and then global set. So now let's take this global. We don't want it to be persisted over, like when we shut StreamerBot down, we don't want this to be still set as a global. We're going to do variable name is going to be rando at, and then send message to channel. We're gonna say like, hey, did you know? We can just do % rando fact %, and then we hit okay. I'm gonna save this, and then we're going to test this one. Let's go ahead and test this out in the chat. So command rando fact, and then hit okay. Hey, did you know that there is a hotel in Sweden built entirely out of ice? It is rebuilt every year. We can also use this variable in other actions, but we have to set it as a global. So let's go ahead and right click and then go into core and then globals and then global set. So now let's take this global. We don't want it to be persisted over, like when we shut StreamerBot down, we don't want this to be still set as a global. We're going to do variable name is going to be rando fact. Okay, and we're using the argument rando fact. So now just to test this, let's right click this sub action, copy it. We'll delete it for now. We'll go in, we'll create a new one called fact message, hit okay, paste that in here. And then when we go back to this random fact and we hit core actions and then run action and we run fact message, this action will be run and it will be able to grab this variable still. So let's go ahead and test it. Go rando fact. Hey, did you know there are about 450 types of cheese in the world? 240 come from France. This is really just the tip of the iceberg with variables in StreamerBot, but hopefully this gives you a little bit of a grasp on things. And if you want to learn further, check out more YouTube videos. There's plenty out there. Look at the StreamerBot documentation. That's very important.
Let's move on. Trust me, it's a game changer. We'll come back to the layout, but before that, we need to choose a color. You probably heard people talking about the color wheel. The idea is to get enough contrast. Trust me, it's a game changer. We'll come back to get a nice shot. That's why almost every channel has a thumbnail like this. Because it works. So just add those lines to guide you throughout the entire design. Trust me, it's a game changer. We'll come back to the layout, but before that, we need to choose a color. You probably heard people talking about the color wheel. The idea is to get enough contrast in your thumbnail. You should choose two opposite colors from this circle. And if you dive deeper, you would see there are more techniques that's used to get fancy combinations. But here's the plot. I don't use them. There's a much easier way to find a color for your thumbnail and for your entire channel. So, here's what I do. Take any color you like as your main color. I chose yellow for mine. Then add 3 more. 1 black, 1 white, and 1 in the middle. You can slightly tweak these to match your main color, but I like to keep it simple. And finally, add another color to highlight things. There we go, a color palette. That's actually useful. Even though my sister says it looks like a Minecraft house made from diamond and gold, I like it. You can use it in your editing too, but that's for another video. Now you might ask, wouldn't that be too repetitive if I use the same colors in all my thumbnails? That's right. The solution is simple. Just change the highlight color. That way you can keep the fresh vibes while still being recognizable by your viewers. It's simple. Just pick a basic font that isn't overused and you're good to go. For those who are asking, the font I use is called Eastman and it looks pretty good. All right, we talked about the rule style. After you're happy with the look, save it as a new style to use it next time. You can do that for other elements too. It's the effect that I used in this thumbnail to bend this chart. You can bend anything by just clicking the corner of an image and choosing this button. Now, you can warp it however you want. Adjustments, hue, and saturation. Here you can choose a specific color to change or tweak the entire image. Noise. We're almost done, but I'm looking so unnatural over there. I mean, the text above my head is
Photoshop. Photoshop. Wait, month? Oh my God. Oh,
changing forever. And the best part is this change that just happened and how we make thumbnails is completely free for you to do. And I'm not hyping this up. I have to show this to you. The tool is called Nano Banana and it's from Google and I'm gonna show you how you can apply it to your thumbnails. And we're starting right now. So the first thing we want to do is we want to go to Google AI Studio, then we're going to click on Try Nano Banana. Next, I'm going to grab one of my thumbnail images and I'm just going to paste it into here. Now, one thing that I've learned so far when using this is that whatever image that you upload into it, it's going to maintain that aspect ratio it seems. So if I upload a 16:9 image like this, then it's going to maintain that aspect ratio. If I do a 9:16 vertical, then it's going to maintain that aspect ratio. And the same thing applies when you're loading images into it to combine together. But let's see what we can do. Generate an image of this guy sitting in a coffee shop wearing a black button-up dress shirt. The coffee shop in the background should be modern and hip. Let's see how it interprets that. He should be holding a to-go cup of coffee. I'm going to come up here and make a small modification to the coffee shop. I'm going to add that it should have a relaxing ambience. And instead of the coffee cup, he should be working on a MacBook Pro sitting in front of him. He should be viewed from the front like the viewer standing in front of him. And the image should look cinematic and moody. Let's hit run right down here and see what happens. Wow. Remove the coffee mug and have him looking at the camera / viewer. Remove the laptop from the table in the background with the two people. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be specific enough, but we're going to see. It might remove this one. Huh, it got it. Look at that. So if we zoom in, now it's just two people hanging out back there. I guess they're both looking at a coffee cup. So we're just going to remove them entirely. Remove the people from the background. Yeah, much better. And look how just moody and all of that this looks. Like, this is pretty incredible. So now, instead of a black shirt, put him in a gray hoodie. As you can see here, it created the image, it changed the environment that we were in based on our instructions, and all we started with was the basic headshot. Now, before I show you another example, I do want to let you know that you can add text with this, but right now, if you drop it into Photoshop, TubeSpanner, Canva, or another thumbnail tool, you can add text to make a thumbnail that would have required a photo shoot in a matter of minutes without leaving your house. Now, let's do another example with just a screenshot from a video. Generate an image of this guy in a busy subway station waiting for a train. Make the image cinematic and moody and make sure the guy is close up. He should still be looking at the camera and he should be wearing a red hoodie. Make the entire scene look realistic. Yeah, this one actually turned out fantastic. Okay, so that turned out really good. I'm happy with that. So now remove the people from the background. So here, just to change the environment and see what we can do, I'm saying instead of a subway, make him standing in a recording studio. Remove the mic stand and headphones. Make the entire scene a little more moody. Change his hoodie to black instead of red. Okay, so we're getting there. And we can see after all of these generations, the eyes are changing, just a little bit, but it's still holding the general look together, but it's definitely making some modifications here to the eyes. And just to see how it does with text generation, I'm saying put the word Nimminati on the wall behind him above the window that's behind him. So I'm telling it where to actually place it to see if it'll do it. Okay, now let's see what we can do with this. Change the Nimminati word to a red neon light and make the rest of the room look like it has some glow from the red light. Also, make the guy look backlit from the red light. All right, so that looks a little bit hokey. We've officially gotten off the rails, so we might as well keep going. Give the guy sunglasses, change the text in the background to Nimminati Studios. With this update with the Nimminati Studios, I think that actually looks really cool back there. It definitely looks fake, but I think it did a good job in terms of the text itself and the positioning of the text. I was thinking that it was going to put the Nimminati on one side and the studios next to it, so it's all horizontal, but I love how it just took the initiative to stack it like that. Okay, so for fun, we're going to put an 80s style thick gold rope chain around the guy's neck so he looks like a rapper from the 80s. Okay, he's starting to look more separate from the background. Not a huge fan of that part. Let's see if we can make it blend.
I can't believe I'm about to do this, but here we are. In the next few minutes, I'm gonna break down how to make my next level thumbnails using Canva. This is gonna be beginner friendly and 0 design skills required. Do not underestimate this method. This will put you in the top 1% of thumbnail creators. We're talking about thumbnails that hook people's neural reward system pathways and don't let them scroll away without clicking. All right, so I'm gonna do this real time without a lot of editing so you get a good understanding on how to do this. So we're gonna start by searching up Canva, going to create a design, and then YouTube thumbnail. So you're gonna select the background, come up to this little circle, and then you're gonna edit it and go to gradient. The style we're gonna choose is gonna be this circular gradient. So we're gonna select the first color, We'll go blue theme, I think. We might change a few things as we go, but we'll start with a blue, and then we'll go lighter blue. So we got our foundation. So my top two are ChatGPT 4 and this one, but I find when creating characters, this is a lot more consistent. And then as you can see up here, for the free version, you get 50 credits a day and each one takes 5. So my favorite prompt to use is a Pixar themed image. I usually do around 3 and then pick the best one. I'm just gonna quickly look through these all. Yeah, these don't look like him. He's a bit fat in this one. This one's not bad. We'll go with this one. So we just press download. This next website we're gonna go to is a hidden gem I found and it's freaking amazing. All right, it's called Text Studio. So basically if you go to effects, it's gonna give you all these colorful 3D fonts. So I found this yellow one that I like. I'm gonna select it and then you can type in whatever you want. In styles and all this, you can actually change the color. So I'm gonna change it to a blue. So I have a few blue colors I like, and I'm gonna turn the pattern opacity down because I don't love that. And I'm gonna click download. Now you do have to pay, it's like $5 a year if you wanna get the max resolution and actually have the rights to use it. So then I select max and then PNG transparent, and I'm gonna download that as well. So once you've dragged your images into Canva, they will come up into your uploads. We can click the Trump image and will appear. We're gonna hit edit image and then background remover. And we'll just automatically take out the background for us. We can resize him a bit here. Another thing I like to do is hit adjust, turn up brightness, contrast, vibrance, sometimes the sharpness, and then saturation a little bit. Don't overdo it with any of these, which I did. I overdid it. So now we have something that looks like this. Now we're gonna bring in our text from our uploads. Click on it. We're going to resize this text. We're going to slide it up, and then we're going to hit position and slide it behind Trump. Sometimes we can just bring him down a little bit. For this short example, I'm not gonna get everything perfect, but when I'm actually doing this, I take like maybe an hour or two just to play around with different colors. A good way to do that is to hit duplicate page, and then you can play around and then compare, pick which one you like, and then delete the one you don't like. So for this one, what I might do next is go to the Canva elements, search for ice cream. Sometimes it helps to do 3D. There we go. Place it kind of about right there, position, drag that behind Trump. I like to take the items from the back, press edit image, hit blur, whole image, and then I'll drag up the intensity a little bit, and we'll blur the background images. We'll look for one more ice cream. This one has lots of colors. We'll go like this, position, drag it behind, and blur it. Now, like I said, I like to experiment, so I'll go duplicate page, select the background. Maybe I'll try more of a reddish pink. You get the idea, right? Like I did this in what, 5 minutes? It's not gonna look perfect. Like I said, I do spend usually about an hour getting the right AI image, the right colors, the right text. But this gives you a good idea, a good structure, a good foundation to build whatever thumbnail you want to build. Please drop a like and a comment. It motivates me to make more videos like this.
Streamers constantly say to me, LJ, I'm boring. I don't know what to talk about, I'm not engaging, and I'm certainly not funny. I should just give up on becoming a streamer. And I always reply the exact same way. You're not boring, you're just a beginner, and you clearly lack confidence. And the best part is that all of those problems you've just addressed are so easy to fix. So let's do that today. The major mindset that causes streamers to fail is thinking they have nothing to talk about and that they can't be entertaining. The core concept of today's video is going to show you just how much you do in your day-to-day that you can turn into entertaining content, and I'm going to give you examples such as Bill Burr, Ludwig, and some of my own ones. More important than that though, I do have time codes linked down in the description as well, so if you want to, you can skip to the very final tip in this entire video, which is the most important one as well. It has zero downsides, you cannot fail at it, and if you actually follow through on that final tip, you'll become so much more engaging, so much more confident in yourself, and generally a better presenter in a matter of days. Speaking of being engaging, last time I asked you guys to like, comment, and subscribe to a video to help me with the algorithm, and it really worked. So I gotta throw it out there again. Liking this video and commenting really helps us out, and subscribing is free. Let's first establish a major issue that might be causing you to create boring content and how you might actually be the reason and the cause for it. This is easily fixed, but if we don't fix it, there is nothing in the world that can help you out when you're starting. You have to address this first problem. If your stream is going to go for 3 hours, then you need to produce 3 hours of content. It's pretty simple, right? But what if I said to you, no, you need to produce 3 hours of engaging and entertaining content? Well, that becomes much more difficult. And it becomes even more difficult when you think about the fact that most of you guys aren't streaming for just 3 hours. A lot of you are streaming for 5 hours a session. Then we add on the fact that a lot of you guys are streaming 5 days or more a week. 5 days or more a week with 5 hours or more every single stream. That is a lot of content to produce. When you're starting out, if you are streaming that much, you might be setting yourself up to produce boring content because you just can't fill so much time in your day. So my actionable tip straight out the gate, I recommend doing 3 to 4 days a week and doing 3 to 4 hours per stream. Don't push yourself any further than that, or else it becomes too much. The other problem is when you're not live, you probably spend a lot of time thinking about streaming. What you're going to play next, when you're going to go live, what you're going to do to try stand out, or you're just spending your time watching way too many streaming videos. Subscribe, by the way. And that is amazing that you're so passionate about streaming. But if you spend all of your time so focused on only streaming, well, then you lose something that is so important. You lose relatability and you lose stories. Essentially, by spending so much time focused on streaming, you become a less rounded person. If you're struggling to find things to talk about, then take a step back and look at your day-to-day first. Do you stay up late playing video games? Maybe you're watching TV. Are you a morning person or a night person? When you turn off the lights because you're going to sleep, do you have to sprint to your bed and quickly dive under the covers? Because we all know the axe-wielding murderer can't get you as long as you're under those sheets. What chores have you done this week? Which ones are fun to do and which ones suck? Actually, this one might be too straightforward. It's not very open-ended because we can all agree that doing the dishes is the best chore, tied with making the bed. And then on the complete opposite side, the worst ones are sweeping and vacuuming. That's just a fact. Do you know why the meme, only 90s kids remember this, became so massive? It is because it is so relatable to a huge demographic and it acknowledges people's existence. It makes them feel like they're a part of a group. They see the meme and they go, oh my God, that is totally me. And this is the same for your day to day. People can relate to it. Every example I just gave you is something that I've used in my stream to create entertaining content and to engage chatters to be more active. But how does it become entertaining content? If I just said, I did the dishes today, well, that's not entertaining, and it's barely even an observation. When you're a beginner, I want you to start by thinking about opinions or observations that everyone can relate to on some level. It can either be heavily agreed upon, but at the same time, you're better off being in the minority because it sparks better conversation. So rather than saying, I did the dishes today, you'd say, man, I was doing the dishes today, and I swear, anyone who doesn't agree that doing the dishes is the best chore is an absolute sucker. This sparks conversation because people go, what? Doing the dishes sucks. You touch random squishy things in the water, and I'm not a sucker for disliking that. And then they reply in chat defending their view. But at the same time, you don't need the chat reply. It's easier when starting out to have someone to bounce off. Next, you double down and give more details. You get more specific and become more visual, and it generally becomes more engaging. For example, you're absolutely wrong. I'm standing there this morning doing my dishes. I'm in my underwear and one wet sock that I used to clean up some coffee that I spilled. We've all been there. The birds are singing outside as I scrub some cheese off a frying pan, and I'm blissful. I'm more zen than Buddhist monks will ever even know, because I know for a fact that my wife, who's fed into the same anti-dishes propaganda the rest of you sheeple have fallen for, that she's not only going to wash and hang out my underwear, but she's going to be happy that she gets to do that rather than do the dishes. Who really has the worst chore? Me, who's scrubbing cheese off a frying pan, or my wife, who's scrubbing cheese off my underwear? You establish a setting with details that people can understand, relate to, or at least recognize. You escalate it at absurdity, and then you subvert expectations with a punchline. it becomes a story with a payoff. I quickly wrote that example for this video because it has a clear structure and it shows you how a mundane task can be turned into something exaggerated and entertaining. It isn't perfect, but it works for the example, and I really want to point out the subversion of expectations at the end. Everyone is thinking it's about chores. They're not expecting to hear someone talk about crusty, cheesy underwear. Sometimes the best thing you can do is subvert expectations. For example, like this. Guess what I'm eating right now? One of your faves, Rach. You're eating dick. Good for you. A lot of creators just forget about punchlines. They'll tell a whole story and there's no payoff at the end. There's no fun moment, cute moment, there's no wholesome moment. There's just no reason they told the story. There's no payoff. And it leaves you feeling blue-balled and like they were just trying to fill dead air rather than trying to keep you entertained. See, I'm not an expert, I'm still learning how to do all this, but if you look at professional comedians like Bill Burr, or if we're talking about streamers, you can look at someone like Ludwig, because at these people's core, they are professional storytellers. The reason I reference Ludwig is because he follows this process with almost every single story he tells and with almost every single joke he tells. In the example we're about to watch, he doesn't need to obviously engage his chat to become active and get them riled up. He just needs to tell a funny story. And I think it's a really good example of how you can do that.
Somebody came up to me and asked for a picture in Las Vegas. They walk up to me. I'm minding my own business, playing craps. You know how I do. Come on, shooters, get a yo. Guy comes up to me. Hey, you're Ludwig. Yeah, what's up? You want a picture or something? No, I actually don't watch you at all, ever. I'm not even making this up. He literally said that.
Can you see how he took a story about being recognized in public and set up not one, but 5 jokes that all made him more relatable and more engaging to his audience? Trying to act cool at the crabs table, redoing the other guy's entrance to make him shorter than him, adding a deeper voice, pausing mid-conversation to throw dice, and finally the punchline where we find out the guy doesn't even watch him. This most likely isn't how the story actually goes. He probably didn't put on a deeper voice, and he probably didn't pause mid-conversation to throw his dice. But the exaggeration and the willingness to joke about his own shortcomings makes the payoff perfect for his audience, while also making him so much more relatable and so much more down to earth. And I really think this is one of the reasons why Ludwig is one of the greatest creators.
I can't believe I'm about to do this, but here we are. In the next few minutes, I'm gonna break down how to make my next level thumbnails using Canva. This is gonna be beginner friendly.
All of these YouTube videos have millions of views, and surprisingly, their thumbnails were not made by an expensive thumbnail designer, but by a cheap and easy to use AI thumbnail generator that allows you to make thumbnails like this, or this in just 2 minutes. For example, submitting this text to the AI generated this thumbnail right here, which got 2 million views on this video. And let me tell you, that is not a lucky strike. I've seen hundreds of results like this. So if you want to start making better YouTube thumbnails to get more views in a faster and easier way, this video is going to be for you. With this tool, you can make action-based thumbnails, perspective thumbnails, free panel thumbnails, face and object thumbnails, object-only thumbnails. Basically, you can make every single one of the 12 best performing YouTube thumbnail formats. Alright, so to generate our thumbnails, we're going to be using this platform, which is called Pixels. This is the best AI thumbnail generator for YouTube specifically, and here's how to use it. You've actually got 2 different options to create a thumbnail. You can do prompted thumbnail, which basically is you submitting a text right here, telling it what you would like to create, or you've got a recreate option, which is where you can paste in a YouTube link, click generate, and it's then going to recreate the existing thumbnail that you gave it, allowing you to use proven formats from videos that already have millions of views, submitting this text to the AI. However, I'll show you how to do that later on, which let's actually start by making a thumbnail from scratch with the prompt feature. And so in order to submit a text right here, first of all, we need a video topic. So I actually spent some time doing research, figuring out which videos perform well, and I noticed that the top YouTubers, a lot of them have videos with sharks. What I want to create is a thumbnail for a video where I went shark diving, which Mr. Beast and Mark Rober did themselves as well with these thumbnails, and they got over 100 million views on their videos. So I want to create a similar thumbnail with me who's swimming, who's shark diving underwater, in the ocean while there's a shark behind me that's approaching me. So to create something like that, here's what I could say. Me swimming underwater, looking scared into the camera while a shark is behind me. Once you've told it what you would like to create, you can click on generate right here, and this AI thumbnail maker is then going to generate it for you. And here's what it then generated, which looks absolutely fantastic. If you click on it, you can make it show up a little bit bigger, so you can see that it clearly made what we asked it to do. We are in the ocean. We are indeed diving. We've got the goggles on our face. We've got a big shark behind us who is approaching us. And this is just one example. There's countless of thumbnail formats that you can generate using pixels. So any YouTuber can benefit from this, no matter what kind of videos you create. And so here's a ton more thumbnails that were generated by me using this software. I was able to generate whatever I wanted, pretty much. Now, this result already turned out pretty well. Now, if you don't like the thumbnail that I created, you can actually click on redo, which will redo the thumbnail with the same prompt. So I'll do that and I'll show you the result. Damn, that is ridiculously better. That's insane. Take a look at the difference between this and then this one. The color schemes are a lot brighter. It's clearly in the ocean. We've got a bunch of other fish. We've got this shark on the screen right here. That person looks a lot better. He's actually diving. He got all the equipment. Like thumbnail-wise, this is already a very, very good thumbnail. So that's the redo button. Now, if you want to change something else on the thumbnail, you can click on the edit button right here and then tell it what you want to change with a prompt. So for example, right now the person is looking quite scared. If we want this person to look more happy, I could click on the edit icon and I could say, make the person happy instead of scared. Keep the rest the same. Adding this part right here is actually very important to ensure that the rest stays the same. But I've actually got a little prompting guide section coming up later in this video, so don't worry about that. Then click generate, and there we go. First take, it did that very, very accurately. This person is now looking a lot happier and way less scared than right here. So you can see that this AI thumbnail generator is actually very, very accurate. Now, these results are already great. However, what is currently missing is text. Text to amplify is another one of the 12 best performing thumbnail formats on YouTube. So if I want to have a similar thumbnail like this, where it says shark diving in a bright, bold yellow font, that's exactly what I need to include in the prompt. And so a prompt I could use for that is basically the same beginning, but then add the text shark diving in a bold, bright yellow font at the top. You click generate and it's once again gonna listen to you. And here's what it then generated. So once again, it creates very, very accurately what you tell it to do. Now, this feature is great for thumbnails where the text serves as a hook to get the viewer to click. Basically,
Let's move on. We fixed these images, but the background is too shiny. It's almost hard to read the text. So we need to make it darker. Take the brush. Whoa. Calm down. You don't have to be a Bob Ross to use this, okay? Just try to keep up. Make your brush big and soft. Reduce the flow to something like 5% and increase smoothing. Now open a new layer on top of your background and start painting behind text, character, and things like that. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That background image looks nice, but I don't really like the color. I said, but I don't really like the color.
How to change it?
Glad you asked. Select the background, click image, adjustments, hue, and saturation. Here you can choose a specific color to change or tweak the entire image. Noise. We're almost done, but I'm looking so unnatural over there. I mean, the text above my head is shiny. There should be some light reflections in reality, right? Pick the selection tool, select the thing, create a new layer, take the brush, make it smaller, pick a nice color, and brush over where the light is coming from. Oh, don't forget to change the layer blending style to overlay. If it doesn't work for your image, try other styles and colors too. After everything's done, I like to send it to my phone and play around with the colors in Lightroom, so it goes from this to this. Before publishing the video, you need to test how it looks on YouTube homepage. To do that, go to thumbsup.tv, add your title and thumbnail, and see if it looks good. If it does, you're good. If not, go back to the drawing board again. But hopefully it does. Here it is. I know, it's probably not the best way to make a thumbnail, but that's just how I do it at the moment. It will definitely change with time, but for now, this is all I do, and it works for me. So it may work for you as well. Photoshop, baby.
Hey, welcome back to the channel. Today, I wanted to dive into the basics of variables in StreamerBot. If you've ever wanted to make your stream more dynamic and interactive, learning how to find and then use those variables is a big first step. So let's get started. First off, let's just quickly talk about what variables are. In simple terms, a variable is like a placeholder that stores information for you to use in your stream automation. For example, you can use variables to display a username, track donations, or even create a custom commands. There are actually different kinds of variables. You have global variables, which are persistent across actions, and arguments, which are specific to a particular action.
Where's the editing tutorial?
How do you edit? Bro, are you using Adobe to edit your
How do you
videos?
edit so
Your
good?
editing
Do you
style
have
is
plans to
crazy.
create
Where do you edit videos?
How do you edit your
I would
videos?
love a
Make a
tutorial.
tutorial video on this.
Tutorial.
Yep, this is the editing tutorial. But why the hell did it take 9 months to make it? Well, it all started 1 year ago. An editing tutorial? From me? Really?
Why not? Have you ever checked your views? People love your videos, man.
Look, I know a thing or two about editing, but making a tutorial, there are freaking editing wizards out there making stuff I can't even imagine. I mean, look at this guy. How the hell does he do that? The best I can do is how to edit slightly above average tutorial.
And isn't that the point? You don't need to be an editing wizard. You just need to be you. Someone who's been through the journey.
What do you mean?
Remember your early days, man. You knew nothing about editing. I've been there.
Wait, you were there?
I mean, for the most part.
Oh.
Everything you know, you
Voice and paste everything in your script, but little into the middle. Some people still think that AI voices are too
robotic.
But trust me, it has improved a lot. I mean, I can get random emotions like Sue. See? You can check out 11 Labs with the link in description. It's not sponsored, by the way. I just get a small commission if you use my link, and it's a great tool. Sue. Sorry. Okay, let's move on. Here's the thing about filming. I have absolutely no clue. I get all my footage from the internet, so yeah. Look at other YouTubers' videos, but even better, watch a good movie before editing. Just a heads up, don't watch 5 seasons of Breaking Bad just to get inspired for one video. Don't ask me how I know. With all the rise of short-form content, some people haven't even sat and watched a 2-hour-long movie in years. But if you find any type of movie that you like and watch it with your editor's eye, you'll get so much inspiration that you can't even make that much video. Transitions, storytelling, montages, cool camera angles, you name it. Most of this stuff hasn't even been implemented once on YouTube yet. So you want originality? This is where you get them. Even though it's not going to be as good as a masterpiece like Morbius, you're making your own movies here. Once these are ready, move on to the next step. When I say assets, I'm talking about music, sound effects, overlays, and presets. It takes hundreds of trial and error to find the right ones. But if you don't have favorite songs from Spotify and get similar music, I mean, what the hell? Why didn't anyone told me to create the base of your animation? Once you have creating more complex animations in the future. But the idea is the same as Canva. Use tools like text, shapes, or pen to create the base of your animation. Once you have something similar to your sketch, adjust them based on the voiceover. Add typewriter animation to texts, and trim paths to move shapes. Lastly, add some glow effect to make them pop. At least that's what I do. It takes more time, but the result is next level. You can repeat the same process for all the other animations as well. Sketch, create, animate. Until I make the full animation tutorial. If you want to do some research yourself, I shared some keywords and tutorials from other creators that might help. And once all the animations are ready, drop them to the timeline as well. Line them up with your voiceover and we're one step closer to a polished final. I mean using as many effects as you can. It means using it to complement what's being said in the video. So you need to resist the urge to throw in every flashy thing you find in the Effects tab. Sometimes you need to zoom in and out to highlight something on the screen, or just to add a little movement to your video. To do that, use a transform effect. Add scale and position keyframes to the start, move forward in the timeline, and adjust where you want the zoom to end. Sure, it gets the job done, but it's not smooth at all. To make it flow better, expand the effect and make the curves smoother. Much better. Well, that's basic knowledge. To take it further, you need to keep the point of focus consistent in between cuts. This keeps the viewer's eyes from wandering all over the place and makes it easier to watch. To do that, use guides, center point, eyeline, but my favorite is the rule of thirds. The idea is that the main focus of each zoom and cut must stay at the same spot, like this. Text in videos is a subjective choice. Some people never use it, some use it all over the place. Personally, I use it in 3 places. Captions are the most obvious one, but I try not to slap them all over the video because it can become irritating to see a text pop every second throughout the entire time. So I use it where I talk about something important. Center text is for moments where captions aren't enough. It can have its own color, glow, or whatever makes it pop. And then there's text that becomes a part of the scene, attached to a screen, a wall, or something in the background. Now, how do you actually create these? It's simple. Click this text tool, click on the video, type something, and adjust its settings in the effect controls to match your channel's brand. To give it a pop animation like you see in my videos, we're going to use the ancient technique of Sensei Finzar. Take the transform effect, add it to the text, set a scale keyframe at the start around 70%. Then, move about 7 frames forward. Increase the scale to 110%. Move forward another 5 frames and bring it back to 100. I smooth out the keyframes, but there isn't a big difference. Also add glow, glitch, or whatever else fits your style. Repeat the same for other texts as well. Looking good. To save time in the future, select your text in animations. Right-click and save as a preset. Next time, you can just drag and drop that preset to a text box and you're done. Obviously, using a character isn't a must, so if you don't use it, just skip this part. But if you do, here's the process. Create a head or a logo with an AI image generator. I have a video diving deeper into this matter if you're interested. Once you got something you like, slap it onto a stock image, export the image, and add it to your video. Again, use keyframes to move it around. Smooth out the keyframes, same stuff. And, of course, create presets to use it next time. By the way, if you're looking to save time with some of these effects, I put together a few of my presets for free. Links in the description if you want to check them out. You've probably noticed those fancy electric effects, dust, light leaks, and other textures throughout the video. They're called overlays. Basically, a video with black background so that you can change the display mode to screen and make it transparent. You can use them as highlighters, transitions, or just to make your video fancier. I mostly use light leaks for transitions, but there are some preset packs for changing in between scenes, like slides, shakes, zooms, rotations, and things like that. I don't go too heavy on effects, but when I do, my go-to options are glow, 3D, transform, blur, mosaic, and things like that. At this point, I get it. You're probably overwhelmed by the things you have to learn to make a single video. That's normal. But here's the secret. You don't have to learn everything at once. Just pick one small thing from this tutorial and try it in your next video. Practice until you're decent at it. Then take another, then another, then another, and repeat. Nobody is chasing you. Now keep in mind, just because you can use an effect or a transition doesn't mean you should. Sometimes keeping things simple is more effective than using every single effect you can. But no matter how great your edit turns out, without proper sound effects underneath, the video will feel flat, and viewers will sense something's missing. There are 3 main types of sound effects: whoosh, riser, and impact. These are the basics, so don't limit yourself. Based on your video, you can throw in keyboard sounds, gears, memes, clicks, bomb, clock, pretty much anything you can come up with. You can find all kinds of sound effects from YouTube and paid platforms like Epidemic Sound. I use a combination of both. Now, the technique I found that makes the process easier is just mute all the other audio tracks. Watch the video and add the sound effects you think would fit best. May sound obvious, but when I started, I was doing my sound designs with voiceover and music in Hey, welcome to the tutorial. And first off, thanks for being one of the first to try this preset pack. I made it initially to speed up my own editing, but I figured why not share it and see if it helps other people's workflow too? This is a quick walkthrough to show you how to set it up and start using the presets. So, first things first, when you get that order email, click the View Presets button and you'll land on this page. This is the preset pack we've been talking about, so go ahead and download it. I added in a sample screen recording for you to play with while you learn the effects. You can use that or use your own recording, whatever is more comfortable for you. Oh, and this message here? I hope you already read it. Alright. Once you've got the pack downloaded, open Premiere Pro and start a new project. Head to the Effects tab. If it's not there, just hit Window and select Effects. Then, right-click on the Presets folder and choose Import Presets. Good Effects. Then, right-project. Edit. Alright. Once you've got the pack downloaded, open Premiere Pro and start a new project. Head to the Effects
Where the crap is the F at? Come on, man. Oh boy. Man already bought this crap, bro. Already got that out, man. Here we go. Finally. Mm. 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 Come on, man.